forever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your body got disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. You need an old man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man. Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to leave, we be right, and I'll wait to say anything.
Oh, okay, we're live. Hello. Hello, everyone. This is another workshop episode number 8. Yep, that was 8. Continuing the last week's efforts of making brutality effects for all the weapons, martial and foci as well. And the music is a little bit too loud. I can barely hear my voice. Okay. So today the goal is to add the brutality effects to ranged weapons and one-hander weapons, one-handed or one-hander, some people call it both ways. I don't know if we will have time to make all of the one-handed weapons, since there are many, and some of them are quite bad, so they might need a rework. But we're aiming for the most possible. After that, the feat of spellcasting without spell slot is following. It's gonna need some serious experimenting and balancing. And after that is done as well, the big project of the subclass evolution, as it is the current decided name, is following, which is gonna be adding 2 different paths on each subclass at level 10, which get picked by your gameplay up until that level. But that's a long-term project. It's gonna be starting mostly August, end of summer, and it's gonna take a while. It's not gonna be only be worked on the live streams, because that would make it very, very long. But on every live stream I will be reviewing the current progress and getting some opinions and feedback, showcasing some of the possible paths for each subclass. So today we're tackling brutality effects on ranged weapons and one-handers, as we said. Let's start with the ranged weapons, since they're a bit simpler. I mean, fewer. So we have bows, hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, light crossbow, longbow, short bow, and that's about it. 5 ranged weapons, not thrown. We're only focusing on ranged ones right now. Okay. As they are now, they do have some distinctive differences. So they're not as bad as the melee weapons are. Like you remember glaive and halberd, like practically the same weapon with different name. So these here, they're more well made, well designed. They have some differences that require some thinking when you choose one. For example, the crossbows, their damage is scaling from hand to light to heavy, D6, D8 and D10. And they all keep the loading property, which mostly is negated by crossbow expert feat that most people take when they use crossbows. And the differences are that hand crossbow is a one-handed weapon, so you can potentially dual wield hand crossbows or have a hand free to reload. And light crossbow with heavy crossbow, the difference is that one is simple, the other one is martial. So way more classes can use a light crossbow than the heavy crossbow. Of course, it is heavier, as the name implies as well. It is more than 3 times the weight if encumbrance is a thing in your games. It is double the price, and the damage is an extra dice scale up from D8 to D10. I think the rest of the properties are pretty much the same. So they're both two-handed, ammunition, loading, Oh well, one of them is heavy, as we said. So we'll add some similar but a little bit different brutality effects, since these weapons already have a theme and different properties depending on the damage you're looking for and how much of a toll it takes on your versatility. The hand crossbow is the most versatile and the heavy is the least one. Then the two bows, short bow and long bow, one of them is simple, the other one is martial. The range differs. If I remember right, one short bow has 80, 320, yes. And the long bow has 120, 600. 600 is insane range, meaning that longbow can hit across your battle map. Hello, Gab. How are you? So 600 range is more than enough to cover a battle map in an online VTT. You're rarely gonna find maps with more than that range. And usually you don't really need to hit something in that range. A nice bottle of vodka, okay. that's going well then. Other differences between the two bows, I'm good too as well, thank you. And I'm excited to see brutality effect on ranged weapons today and some one-handed weapons later on. Okay, enjoy the content then. Other than that, the prices are double for the longbow and the shortbow. But the main difference here is the martial and simple and the damage dice, of course. The shortbow is dealing 1d6, the longbow is dealing 1d8. And also today we're gonna be creating a new, bigger and heavier bow, the great bow. The great bow, which the design will be to have one damage die scale higher, meaning a d10, and some correlation with strength, since the great bow is gonna be a massive bow. It will either have a requirement of a minimum strength to be used. It cannot only use strength because it's still a ranged weapon that requires a good aim, especially since its range is gonna be massive. It's gonna be even higher than the longbow. This is mostly for flavor though, because 600 is already massive range, so giving it even further range is not gonna be used. It's gonna just look more impressive as a flavor. So the great bow, yeah, we'll have some strength correlation. Uses only strength. Only strength bow is not a good idea. That would invalidate Dex builds, because Dex builds rely now on using some accurate long distance weapons. If you give a weapon that only uses strength, then every Dex ranged person will cry. But this will be definitely, there's going to be a relation with strength. So maybe your strength will be added to the damage, maybe it will have a requirement. Maybe it uses both stats, maybe it uses both strength and dex, or like half of each, something like that. In theory, yes, it does require strength to pull back the longbow, but but in D&D terms, it does not. And after some testing of that great bow, if it works well and is balanced, we can go one scale higher as well. I have not thought of the name yet, but maybe something like oversized great bow or something like that. Or like portable ballista that can shoot with a D12. oversized make a great bow, yes. But would use a D12 damage die. It would definitely have strength and dex as requirements. It's gonna be heavy and it should have like some massive requirements to be used, because we're talking about ranged weapon dealing D12, a great axe from massive range. But first, the one scale higher is going to be tested. So let's go ahead and start with creating that one before we go to brutality effects. So let's make a copy of the longbow, since it's going to have very similar properties. It's going to be named the Great Bow. Let's find a different icon for it. Okay, that looks decent. Or this one. Actually, no, it has to be less curved, right? The bigger it is, the bow, the less curved it should be, so it can allow for further curve. Let's go with this one, maybe. That's the default one. That's a short bow. Okay, let's go with this one. It's gonna be more expensive, of course. Maybe make it so if you use the great bow with strength, it has a penalty to hit like a -2 and damage scales with strength in that case. I feel that the penalty should be much higher than 2, like it should be a -5, similar to sharpshooter, which you are the exact opposite though of sharpshooter. You are the not sharpshooter. Maybe you don't get the proficiency modifier. Yes, that could work. That's an idea. But this will make the proficient type for the weapon useless. So you're proficient in martial range, but you don't get your proficiency somehow. I feel like the great bow should require both dex and strength. So it could have a minimum requirement for strength, like 13, maybe 15. And then you could get some extra damage based on your strength as well. So you could have the damage from strength and the aiming from dex. That would be for dual stat characters that have both high dex and strength, which is not very common, to be fair. What else how else can we involve strength? And potentially this bow would enable a character to invest in both strength and dex and be versatile in melee and ranged combat, because in melee you will have tons of options. Like you could use all kinds of weapons, finesse, non-finesse, all choices. But if you would go on the ranged style, you would not be limited to javelins in very short distance or only dex weapons in higher distance. Unless we take this idea only and implement it on the higher scale, and this great bow is a little involved in strength, like just a requirement in strength, and it's still a dex-based weapon after all. And then the ultimate, the portable ballista, that's going to be the D12. This one might need both high strength and high dex. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So we can have a requirement of 15 or 13 or 15. Throw people at people. Larger range, yes. This one already will have quite large range. So the range would be 200, 800. The damage will be 1d10 plus mod. And the requirement would be to have at least 13 strength. So ammunition heavy 200. Okay. Let's change the description. Ambitious crafters that were not satisfied with the longbow made something bigger. The damage and attack roll scale with half your strength modifier rounded up or down so I can use it. That's difficult to implement in Foundry and a lot of math calculations for just attack rolls. Like adding and rounding up half modifiers. Think about that when you're using something only with strength, you're only hitting very hard. Strength has no aiming part in it. So if you're throwing something at short range, okay, maybe it's easier to aim because it's short range. But when the range increases to a range of a bow or higher, you need dexterity involved. Otherwise, your aiming cannot be justified just with how strong you are. So that prevents you from having a ranged weapon with high range and high damage. Like, okay, damage can be high, but the range cannot be high. So the maximum you go with javelins is like 30 feet. And that's then you're talking about thrown weapons. So we can make new thrown weapons. We can make like some more heavy hitting thrown weapons, but the range again will be limited to about 30. When we're talking about bows and high ranged weapons, dexterity needs to be involved one way or another as it represents the aiming factor. For the magic pebble cantrip, really? simply bigger. Okay, description flavor is done. Requirements. Strength 13. One D10 piercing plus mod, okay. Dexterity. Okay. Now that's a decent bow, one scale up from the longbow. Okay, brutality effects. Now we have 6 weapons, 3 crossbows, 3 bows, scaling from versatile and low damage to less versatile and high damage. We want 2 brutality effects categories, one for the crossbows, one for the bows, that will be like somewhat similar but a little bit different. So maybe the low effect will be similar and the high effect will be different, or the opposite. Maybe the high effect is the same and the low effect will be similar. Chances. When we're talking about chances, the ones that roll d6, meaning hand crossbow and sword bow, getting 1/6 out of the 2 d6s on the crit is about 30% chance, as my dice calculator, probability calculator told me. But getting 2 of them to be 6, that's very, very low chance, like 3% chance. So we know that the low effect will trigger way more consistently when it happens, but the high effect will trigger very, very rarely. With that in mind, we can have the low effect being same, because it's gonna trigger everything and the bows need to be giving like a similar feeling. They're all crossbows or they're all bows. And the high effects can be different, so in the lucky chance that you get this 3% proc, something very unique and more epic is happening. So let's open up the document with the changes, which did not get all the old changes saved, but it did save some of them. So crossbows and bows. What brutality low effect do we want to give to those? Let's make the lists. Hand crossbow, hand light, heavy, and then short, long, great. So the sword and the hand have d6 probability, meaning 30% to trigger the low effect. Then the light and the long, they have the d8. That one has different chances. Taking the probability calculator, let's show up the screen as well. So what are the chances for a d8 to be at least one 8. That's 23% chance. It's a slightly less than the d6 was. And then if we put a 7 and an 8, that's 43. That's now way higher. So do we go with the 23 or with the 43? I think. Hello, Kevin. Welcome. You have only missed the birth of the great bow. The great bow, as you can see in the screen, I hope it's good resolution and that you can read, by the way, is the next step after the longbow, a d10, but with a strength requirement of 13 or higher. And there is a plan to go one category higher in the future with an oversized, even larger bow that will hit for a d12, but it will have more strict strength requirements and dex. So it will have a dex and strength requirement, or maybe it will involve both modifiers in the attack rolls and damage rolls. Some combination like that, more reliant on 2 stats instead of 1, but dealing d12 damage from massive range. No, I do not have a file yet, Gab, but a player of mine named Tidus, the famous optimizer Tidus, I think he's working on listing those in an online page or something. Probably some Google sheet or Excel sheet. So there is one in progress. If he's not done, when I'm done with all those, I will make them myself as well. So we were talking about brutality effects now, and chances and probabilities with the different dice. So our d6, let's type them in chat. So has a low effect on 30% and a high effect on 3% based on our calculator. Let me check again. So 6, yes, 30%, okay. Then 3% for them for the high effect, okay. Changing the dice now to d8, getting an 8 out of at least 1, that's 13%, 23, sorry. I'm typing them in Foundry. 23, you will see them once I change. To ask all spells that you made, do paladins get some of them? Yes, paladins do get some of them. The nerf to the sharpshooter damage makes more sense with the addition of higher damage bow option. I'm not sure they're related somehow. Like sharpshooter is, in my mind at least, that feat tries to flavor that you try to take the perfect shot. Like you're aiming like only for a headshot, so you're ignoring the easy parts to hit and you're going for like a vital spot. So that's why you get a minus to your accuracy, but higher bonus to your damage. The bigger bow is kind of the opposite. Like the bigger bow allows you to shoot from even further away, so you're sacrificing accuracy. Actually, no, it's actually the same. You're sacrificing accuracy again for high damage, so it's sharpshooter in another form. Okay, back to the chances because I'm gonna get lost. Oh, whoa, that's a very low chance there now. And for the D10, geez, okay, the D10 has a very low chance to trigger this, so we need to tweak this out. One moment, you'll see the results soon enough in the screen as I'm taking notes now. Okay, swapping to the main canvas. So these are the chances for low and high effects. D6 has 30 and 3%, D8 has 23 and 1.5%, and D10 has 19 and 1%. These are very, very low chances for the high effects. So we need to balance them out somehow. How do we do that? Now there are two choices, okay? Choice one, method one, the higher the die goes, the lower the chance for the low effect is to proc. And then, okay, and now I'm explaining it in a bad way. So, do we want the low damage weapons to have high chance for a better effect? Or, sorry, not high, low chance for a better effect, or high chance for a lower effect? How do we scale between low dice damage weapon to higher damage dice weapon? What makes more sense? The chances to increase as the weapon size increases, or the effect to increase as it? I feel like the chances should be higher on the lower weapons. Because they have low damage, making have an effect that procs more commonly. So high chance, weaker effect because they have weaker damage. Yes, I think that was my incline as well, instead of the opposite. So we want the D6's one to have the highest chance to proc something, but it shouldn't proc something like very devastating. Okay, then our current table works well. So 30, 23, and 19% chance. And then for the high effect, wait, the high effect is a little bit too low though, I think. Maybe we can increase it a bit. How do we increase it a bit though? If we go to the D6 and put in the calculator that both die need to be 5 or 6, that's 10% chance. Okay, that's better. 11, sorry. So 11% for the D6. Then if we go for the D8 and put 8 and 7, that is 6%. Come on. I always felt that I was doing it wrong, not using a hand crossbow with sharpshooter and crossbow axes, but I never liked the idea of my characters using a hand crossbow. I would agree, I think. Yeah, the hand crossbow is definitely a very optimal choice when you get those 2 feats. Since you can shoot multiple times at high range for a lot of damage. And it's hard to balance this out, but now with the new sharpshooter, hopefully it would not be that obvious of an optimal choice. The two-handed bow, the two-handed crossbow, you mean, or the normal bows? Checking the chances while we're talking as well. Bows and crossbows in general. I don't know what are the distinctive disadvantages of a hand crossbow. First of all, it is a martial weapon, so unless your character has proficiency with it, it is not of a choice. Then if we are talking about characters that have proficiency in them, the hand crossbow will still require an empty hand to load. Even if you get the crossbow expert fit, you ignore the loading property, but you still need an empty hand to load. So while it is one-handed weapon, you cannot have your other hand occupied by something if you want to use this repeating 3 shots per turn. Yes, with sharpshooter you ignore the disadvantage on the high range, and the high range on the crossbow was 120, and because in most maps, yeah, the 120 range is enough to hit, then you don't feel the disadvantage. Yes, you don't see the range disadvantage. Okay, that's a good point. So we can give some much considerably stronger effects to the other bows then, to make up for the obvious choice of the hand crossbow being able to shoot multiple times with those 2 feats. Okay, so the new chances for the high effects will be 11, 6 and 4. So the lower the chance, the stronger the effect should be, right? And with hand crossbow being able to shoot 3 times in a row in a turn by level 5, with 30% chance on the crit, so it can proc more crits and high chance to proc the low effect. So we need a brutality effect that it is not very strong. What kind of brutality effect do you think crossbows can have? What is the first trait when you see someone shooting a crossbow in a movie, in a practice? What is the first trait that comes to mind when you see someone getting shot with a crossbow? Piercing heavy armor. Yes, I think I do see that as well. Piercing heavy armor, so heavy impact shots. Crossbows have higher travel speed force. Okay, I haven't researched that much, to be honest, but I would be inclined to believe that. So what if we give a low effect? The problem with, okay, the idea of penetrating armor is very good. I like it too. My problem now is that it triggers after you have hit. So you already have hit, you already have crit, and the brutality effect triggers. So you kinda already have penetrated the armor, lowering the monster AC for a round or something. Yeah, we had this effect on many martial bludgeoning weapons as a damaging effect. Does a crossbow bolt do that much of noticeable damage for others to exploit though? That's my question. Making an opportunity for others. How about we give it the crossbows as low effect, inflicting stagger, the stagger condition. It would hit the target behind the crease. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Let me think about that. We have some targets here. So how would that work? Let's say the left token is hitting the right token. Does it have to be completely lined up? It would make sense to do it like that, but you don't know when you're gonna crit, so it's gonna be very hard to take advantage of it. So how can we make it easier? A cone for the ease of use. Let's see. How much of a cone? 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet cone? Like, let's assume that the illithid here is shooting. Does it make sense for the second ant to be hit from this shot? Shorter cone but wider. Sadly, there is only one cone available in Foundry, so you cannot really influence the angle. In theory, for other tabletop conditions, yeah, you probably can simulate that, but since we're gonna be playing in Foundry, we only have one cone option. And I think the width should be smaller, not wider. Like, I think the width is too high here. Like, I would be more inclined to give it more range, like passing through the target and going with amazing force all the way across the battlefield, but not have it turn that much as the cone is right now. So what I'm thinking instead of a cone, maybe it could have an effect like this. What do you think? Maybe an area like this, that it can hit targets. So instead of one single line, maybe 2 or 3. Maybe 3 adjacent lines So three adjacent lines I think would make more sense. Now, okay, let's stick with the three adjacent lines. Is this going to be the low effect or the high effect? I think that kind of effect indicates massive speed. So maybe we should give this to the heavier crossbows with an extra boost to damage, instead of giving it to all crossbows, because maybe the hand crossbow is not strong enough to cause this type of effect. So we could give this effect to the heavy crossbow and increase the damage done as well. Okay, let's type a bit and create one. Okay, I'm making just the template here to have them ready. Okay, high effect, 60 feet. Hello, Hanif, welcome. Yes, we are on crossbows. We are adding brutality effect on the crossbows, and we're starting with the high effect of the heavy crossbow, which, as was Kevin's idea, after the shot hits the target, let's say like this, the shot pierces through the target and can hit a second target within 60 feet of a triple line. So 3 lines next to each other behind the target, up to 60 feet, and with a damage boost as well. So high effect, the shot pierces through, dealing an extra, how much damage do we give it? Extra, since this one is going to be very low chance, it's a 4% chance, we need to give it quite high damage. I think we can go for double, dealing double to the initial target and the original damage to a target within 60 feet behind the original target. 3 straight lines width. Okay, it's a little bit complicated explanation here, but in practice, it's not that hard to understand. Music stopped. Why did music stop? Yeah, double is going to be massive boost, but it is a very low chance. So we're talking about, first you have to crit, Okay, the crit can be a little bit helped. Like there is the portent, as you already know, Kevin and Hanif, you've already done it in a game. You can portent something to a crit. So the first crit is a little bit easier to happen. And after you crit, you need to get a 4% chance. So that's very low. So we're talking about a low chance, massive damage effect to the original target and the full damage to an extra target behind. Now for the low effect, I'm thinking that all crossbows can be inflicting the staggered condition. If you're not familiar with the staggered condition, that's one of my homebrewed condition. It gives disadvantage to the first. So when if I'm staggered, I have disadvantage on my first attack, similar to Vicious Mockery, or I have advantage on the first attack that hits me, whichever triggers first. So it staggers, like a heavy impact bolt staggers the enemy for a few seconds, so someone might take this as an advantage and hit, or if the enemy is acting first, it loses like balance for a bit, so it has disadvantage on its next attack. So it's like a little Vicious Mockery, but either with advantage or disadvantage depending who is hitting first. The low effect for heavy crossbow is knockback, knockdown. I was thinking to have the low effect the same for all crossbows, because they need to have some similarity, right? We did that with the melee weapons as well, like the longsword, the greatsword, the warhammer, the maul. When the size increased, we kept a similar effect in their brutality effects. So I want to keep a similar effect between the crossbows as well, probably the low effect instead of the high effect. And the heavy crossbow having a knockback might be a little bit too strong. And meaning too strong in terms of logic, right? Because, okay, the shot was strong enough that pierced you with the high effect, right? If something is so fast and so strong that pierces through you, it means that you didn't move, right? This is like based on my physics that I studied back like in university. So if something is impacted with force that is not strong enough to pierce through, it is getting pushed because it resists. But if something is impacted with something so strong and so fast that pierces through instantly, sometimes the object does not even move. Like it doesn't have time to move, it doesn't have time to react at all. A good example of that is like if you've seen some videos that there is a glass and it is on a thin sheet. If you pull the sheet like slowly, the friction of the glass will make it fall. But if you pull it very fast, the glass might still be motionless there. How bullets actually work in real life and not in the movie. I have not seen any bullet hitting someone in real life, so I do not know how they work in real life. So bottom line is that I want the low effect to be the same across crossbows, because they already have a mechanical difference. Remember that our brutality effects, the main reason that we put them is to make the same weapons feel different. Obligatory, Morika. So otherwise, the hand crossbow, light crossbow, heavy crossbow, they do have distinctive differences here. So we can keep the same low effect, which is going to be stagger. Okay, so the low effect on all the crossbows will be inflicting the stagger condition. The differences will come on the high effect, on the brutality. The high effect on the heavy crossbow we already did. And it's the extremely high damage piercing through shot. Then on the light crossbow, what do we do? What do we put as high effect? The high effect is a 6% chance to trigger. Also remember that whenever you're triggering the high effect, you automatically trigger the low effect. So everything will be triggering stagger when it is going for the high effect. What high effect can we give to the light crossbow? Sorry. And or the hand crossbow. If you have ideas for the hand crossbow as well, we can work at both of them at the same time. The hand crossbow though has considerably higher. It has 11% chance to trigger the high effect. And it's gonna be shooting more often than the other two. So the high effect of the hand crossbow needs to be considerably weaker than the other two. Maybe an extra shot for the light crossbow. That doesn't make any sense. I like the mechanical balance is okay, is good, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, I hit the target in a very good spot, very accurate, and now I can shoot again for some reason. Your inspiring attack allows you to grant an ally who can see you an attack against the target as a reaction. I can see potential in this. It's a little bit too advanced, but I think maybe we can simplify it. Okay, so I see what you're trying to do here. So you're trying to give a bonus to someone else on the attack. So, parenthesis. Now with that, we're making the light crossbow a support weapon. Like anyone who reads this brutality effect, he's gonna be like, okay, this is a support weapon. Do we want to do that? Because you're critting, you're getting very lucky on your damage dice, and what you get is you supported someone else. Is this the what players want from their light crossbow? Who is using the light crossbow? Let's think like that. Okay, who is more likely to use a light crossbow? Whoever cannot use the heavy crossbow. So we're talking about someone who is not proficient with martial ranged weapons. Clerics are using light crossbow. It's very Druids without spell slots. That, yes, that I can imagine. Clerics, usually their decks kinda sucks. Wizards, I don't think they have proficiency with simple ranged weapons either. Okay, how about bards? Bards, yes, but so bards, casters. What do these classes? But now we're trying to make the weapon very class specific. That's a wrong design choice, though. We need to have it be as universal as possible. Okay, how about this? Let's go do the hand crossbow first. So we have the two lines, edges, the hand and the heavy, and then we can balance in between with a similar effect the light crossbow. So what do we want to give the hand crossbow? It has the highest chance of proccing the high effect, which is 11%, and it has also the most possible attacks through the feats of crossbow expert. And the low effect is a stagger condition. What could be the high effect? What about hello Paul, welcome. Yes, we are on the crossbows. We have given stagger effect as low effect on the crossbows and massive damage on the heavy crossbow as high effect. Armor penetration, yes, Paul, everyone suggested that, me included. It is the first thing that comes into mind when someone is shooting a crossbow and the target is getting hit is armor penetration. That's like universally now accepted. Our problem is brutality effect hits trigger after you have hit it, so you have already penetrated the armor, so it didn't make any sense for the armor penetration to be in the brutality effect. More support-like for the hand crossbow. Okay, I can see that. Happening on the hand crossbow, more than the light crossbow at least. Okay, how about this? An ally can move without triggering opportunity attacks 10 feet away from the target. So your hand crossbow shot distracts the target for a moment, or like as it was about to swing, the bolt hits on their shoulder and like their weapon goes back from the impact. So an ally adjacent to the target can move 10 feet away without provoking opportunity attacks. I don't want to give it too much movement because then it starts to overlap with Battle Master maneuvers. And we're already giving movement to another creature outside of their turn, so it might be a little bit strong in that sense, but it is a completely support, harmless effect. What do you guys think? Hanif, that effect is the stagger effect. Well, not exactly, but it is very similar to the stagger effect, which is already the low effect. What do you guys think about the ally moving away 10 feet from the target without opportunity attack? One ally. Do you find it weak, strong, somehow related, completely irrelevant? Kevin, Paul? Kevin finds it okay. Hanif finds it okay. Okay, let's note it down, and if we come with a better idea, like a slow. We have other weapons with slow effect. Do we want to repeat slow effects? Like we had the slow effect has been in many other melee weapons, which are like reach related. It does make sense. I'm not denying that. Like if you have a crossbow bolt in your thigh, you probably do not run as you could run before. But I'm afraid of repeating the effects over and over again. Then it's gonna be against our whole reason of doing this project if all the weapons have similar effects. Okay, I'll note the 10 feet movement. One ally. One ally adjacent to the target can move away 10 feet without attack of opportunity. Okay, now we have this. We have the big damage on the heavy crossbow, and we're missing the light one. Can we combine those effects, like increase a little bit the effect of the hand crossbow, decrease the effect of the heavy crossbow, and combine them for the light crossbow? So extra damage, and the target extra damage, and the first target and the target has disadvantage on all opportunity attacks until the start of your next turn. So it is stronger than the hand crossbow, weaker than the heavy crossbow in terms of effects, which makes it the middle ground, right? I like it. I like it because it is a unique effect that we haven't used before. Disadvantage on opportunity attacks. So it makes like having been hit by a bolt from a light crossbow makes your reactions slower. It does not prevent you from taking reactions for a whole round, but it makes them slower. So unless you have something better, I'm going with that. And how much damage do we give it? We give it we cannot give it too much because it is a light crossbow. 1 level of exhaustion for a round, since it's a martial weapon. Do you really want to go there though? I can see so much abuse with that. So I'll give you an extreme example, right? Let's say you have a new group of players. They see these brutality effects. Let's all make fighters with crossbow experts and hand crossbows and attack the target a gazillion of times in a single round at level 5, each of us stacking exhaustion on the target. I can see them killing anything, no matter how tough, with 6 level of exhaustion in a single round. Okay, disadvantage on ability checks now is a different story. That's way more balanced. Okay, I can go with that. Disadvantage on ability checks. Until the start of your next turn. So now that we changed the hand crossbow, what do we do as middle ground for the light crossbow? A little bit of extra damage, and what else? And disadvantage on ability checks. So the previous idea. I mean, not cannot make. The previous idea was disadvantage on attack of opportunity. I don't think the crossbow bolt would be denying you the ability to react, but it would make it slower. Having a crossbow bolt like somewhere in your arm or your thigh. So we go with the previous idea. Okay, it's not related to the hand crossbow anymore, but it's still balanced, I think. The target with a little bit of extra damage. So the target takes extra damage equal to what? Now this one should not be very high, so I think it should be a static number, not scalable. Because as we said, the light crossbow will be used by classes that are not really martial and they use it as a backup weapon, so it doesn't have much reasoning to scale. What if we give it 3 extra damage? That's about 30% of the damage die the weapon will do. Or we can give it a 20% extra damage. No, I think the 3 is better. 3 is easier to calculate. It's not too weak, it's not too strong, it's somewhere in between. Takes 3 extra damage and has disadvantage. Until the start. Okay. Actually, I think we can go a little bit higher as well. 5 extra damage. Because the chance is still low, right? The chance is still 6%. So we're talking about a crit that will deal a maximum of d8 plus d8, 16, 21 plus your dex. Okay, let's say you have max dex, 26, a 26 light crossbow hit. It's not like you're barely reaching a great axe of a barbarian with your crit. So, meaning with a great weapon master and stuff like that. But the chance is extremely low, so I think it's still fine. It is an accurate shot that hit a vital spot or something. Okay, let's save, because last time I lost so much because I wasn't saving often. And with the crossbows done, moving on to the bows. Paul, you might have missed the great bow, which is now created. So we have a short bow, we have a long bow, and we have the great bow, which is essentially a bigger longbow with a strength requirement of 13 and hitting with a d10 to a normal range of 200 and high range of 800, which is pretty much for flavor because you're not gonna find a map with 800 feet any dimension. Actually, I think I have one map in my whole games and campaigns that has about 800 one dimension. It is a very long and narrow map. Okay, so bows. Again, we want a same low chance effect and a different high chance effect. The chances, as you can see in chat, 30, 23, 19 for the low, and 11, 6, and 4 for the high. What low effect can we give? What is the trait that comes to mind when a bow is shot and something is hit with the arrow? Bleeding is one of them, but we many times have said we don't want bleeding because it procs more dice rolls, more saving throws, and it would slow down combat. Oh yeah, that's true, Gab. That comes into mind too. Yes. I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. So, okay, so another thing other than bleeding is puncture. Puncture comes to mind when I'm picturing the arrow hitting the target. So what could that mean in mechanical terms in D&D though? Now that's our question. Puncture bleed effect makes creature takes damage when moving. Kevin, I'm not sure, but did your group fight with the sword spider? Do you remember a big metal spider with a pointy metallic legs? The sword spider. So I don't remember which groups fought with that. It was a villain stage 1 spider And it did have one of its actions was causing exactly what Kevin described. So it is one of my homebrew conditions. Let me pull it up. It is this condition here called hemorrhage. He tried up to mess my armor. It is this condition called hemorrhage, and a creature affected by hemorrhage has suffered internal wounds or wounds that are susceptible to moving. The hemorrhage condition comes with a number, for example, hemorrhage 30, and the number is the total damage the creature can possibly take by this condition. The condition can be removed by spending a hit die during a short rest, which hit die does not provide healing, or with a single instance of healing equal or higher than 1/4 of the hemorrhage's value. And what it actually does is that a creature afflicted by hemorrhage takes 3 points of damage for every 5 feet it moves, until it spends the whole hemorrhage pool of damage. Forced movement does not trigger it, since you're not actively moving your muscles to move. So they could afflict the hemorrhage condition. That's an idea here. It might be a little bit strong, but we have the ability to tweak the hemorrhage number, since it comes with a number, so we can put a low number of hemorrhage damage. It doesn't require a saving throw, it doesn't require any extra other d20s on the roll. So yeah, this condition does exist in my game. Of course, some of you might have not come across this spider. It was wait, let me see who is in chat so I don't do any spoilers. Okay, so yeah, it was the consequence when you wouldn't kill the Jolt spiders in the Oberbell mission, the pre-stage pre-Oberbell mission, where you had to capture or kill Jolt spiders. If the group was slow or would let many of them escape, they were sending messages towards the City of Hope for reinforcements, and this sword spider, which was a boss spider, a big spider with that could shoot metallic threads and pierce through your body and cause hemorrhage. So yeah, it had the metallic shooting spider webs, which, as you can imagine, hurt. And that condition was specifically made for that creature. We can introduce that to the boss with a lower number, of course, not 30. 30 might be a lot. I was thinking you can use the damage of spike growth for the hemorrhage effect. 2d4 per 5 feet. That's a bit too much, I think, isn't it? And balance-wise, we're giving a mundane weapon the ability to do what someone has to use a spell slot and has access to the spell for. Even if it is a low chance, which for the short bow it's 30%, it's not very low chance. You're giving the short bow, you're making a mundane short bow pretty much magic item that casts spell. It is one creature, but in many cases it's gonna be only one creature. For the great bow, the hemorrhage is doing the same thing, right? And some people might not know what even the spike growth is. Okay, how is your idea going to work over time? So how many times do they trigger it? Only once? Twice? 3 times? For a minute? How does it work over time? Or is it one time? Like you trigger it only for the first 5 feet and then it's done? Because that's the until it's okay, then it's I can tell you it's definitely overpowered. Not only you have higher damage than hemorrhage, but you have infinite duration. So yeah, it's it's way too strong. So if we put hemorrhage as the condition, that's 3 damage per 5 feet. And if we limit the pool, we can limit the pool to different numbers depending on the bow type. So short bow, 1d4 until healed, or 1 minute. Let me think. So 1d4 translates to average of a 1d4 is 3 actually in D&D, because there is not 2.5. So the average of a d4 is considered to be a 3, and the hemorrhage is doing 3 damage. So instead of having to roll the die and spend time, we can just say it's 3. And until healed, or 1 minute, I don't know, the 1 minute, the healed, yes. Essentially, your suggestion is very close to what hemorrhage does. So instead of putting a new effect, I'd rather use the hemorrhage, which I know it is balanced because I've run numbers for it and tested it many times. So we can just link the hemorrhage condition inside the bow, which players can click and read the effects as well. And the only thing we can tweak there is the number. So, for example, the short bow, which has 30% chance of inflicting hemorrhage, we can give it a hemorrhage of 10 or maybe 12. Then the long bow, we can give it a hemorrhage of 18. And the great bow 24. So overall, that means that with your short bow, you have caused an extra 12 damage based on the creature's movement. With 12 damage, now it's the question of how balanced is the 12. With the short bow, you deal 2d6 plus mod as a crit, so that's 12 plus your mod, and dealing another 12 over time is almost double your damage. With the longbow, it's a 16, and we're giving it an 18, so it's again almost double the damage. So for every bow, it's almost double the damage, which feels good because your crit, the excitement of a crit, comes from the lots of damage that is doing, and it is doing it in a much different way than any other weapon. So here we're achieving more things than we actually mentioned. We're achieving a balanced mechanic with different flavor and different way than any other weapon. So it feels both different and satisfying. Okay, so the low effects, I think it's easy to say that the hemorrhage condition fits perfectly. Where is my document? Not this one. Did I close it? Yep, I closed it. Okay, new weapon effects. There we go. Oh, it was behind the stagger because the stagger condition was there. Okay, boss, let's copy above. Inflicts. Why did I copy just one word? Inflicts. Number 12. Copy that. Paste, paste, 24, 18. Let's see how it looks, saved. Okay. So hemorrhage 12, hemorrhage 18, hemorrhage 24. The chances are 30, 23, 19. Okay. So that kind of checks out with balance-wise. High effect now. Now we come to the juicier part. So high effects will be different and will be stronger. Even though it feels like we gave a little bit a strong effect on the low effect, but I think it's worth it because the crossbows, especially the hand crossbow, has very high demand being one-handed. So what do we give them as high effects? Shortbow having 11% to trigger the high, longbow having 6, and greatbow having 4. Now, I'm not very good at statistics, but how come we have a D6, a D8, and a D10, right? They seem both equally apart from each other. Yet the chances to jump from 11 to 6 and then from 6 to 4. I don't know how that works. I'm checking the calculator again. I hope I didn't make any mistake before. And I'm calculating with wrong chances all this time. No, the calculator still says the same. The shortbow in general could use some love. May I ask why? Why do you want the shortbow specifically and not the other two? The shortbow is a simple weapon, right? So it can be used by way more classes than the other two. So that's the big advantage of the shortbow. Like, almost all classes can use it. If the shortbow receives too much love and it is made on like equal power as a longbow, then there is little incentive to get proficiency with the longbow. I think the sword in general could use. Oh, yeah, for most rogues, it is the only option other than hand crossbow. Okay, so we want to make it comparable to the hand crossbow, more or less, as per your argument, not comparable to the other two of the bows. And the music stopped again. What's going on with this music? I think I have found bad mix. So, sword bow versus hand crossbow. I see. This is the debate here, Kevin, right? How to make sword bow more viable for a class that has only those options, hand crossbow and sword bow. Crossbow experts benefits mainly the hand crossbow, but it does give you the benefit of shooting with no disadvantage even if you're using a short bow. Over the other bows, short bows offer more mobility, easier to use in close quarters. Easier to use, how would you translate that in mechanical terms? Also, keep in mind, some effects are nice, balanced, and would make sense, but our brutality effects are related to what happens after you hit a target. So even if the short bow is somehow easier to use compared to a long bow, that doesn't play big of a role to the what happens to the target after it's being hit. So we're not trying to rework the whole thing here, unless something like terrible like the blowgun is here. So the blowgun needed a rework in order to be viable. The short bow right now is viable, and with a brutality effect that makes sense, we can make it a more competitive choice versus hand crossbows or other bows as well. But I think there should be some distinctive advantage against from the longbow and the great bow for the character to have incentive to get proficiency with those. In other words, I'm mainly concerned about balancing it with a hand crossbow after a target is hit, rather than making it equal with a longbow. We can boost it a bit, but the overall aim is for the longbow to still be better. And when I'm saying be better, better enough for someone to consider spending some kind of resource to get proficiency with it. Similar to how the great bow has this requirement of strength, so someone needs to do an investment on strength in order to take advantage of the great bow. So what kind of a high effect we give the short bow to make it competitive, to the hand crossbow? The hand crossbow will be able to shoot 3 times with a crossbow expert feat. The short bow will shoot twice. And it doesn't leave you hand free as well. It is already inflicting one condition. I don't want to make it inflict more conditions and make it like a debuff weapon. We have excluded bleeding, we have used slow, we have used disadvantages. Okay, so some idea now that is very, very spontaneous. What if hitting someone with the short bow draws their attention to you? So it is like a bow that passively draws aggro, not like guaranteed, but okay, not sure if this is a usable idea, but I feel like every movie where there's an amazing archer, they knock multiple arrows at once. Yes, that's true. That is true. And in D&D, I think that's translated with the multi-attack. Like when you get multi-attack, you're becoming like those amazing archers, shooting 2 arrows at once and 3 arrows at once, etc. Either rapidly or like literally at once. And again, it goes against our logic of something happening after it is being hit. So the brutality effect cannot go back in time. So if it didn't happen, like you shot 1 arrow, but if it happened, you had actually loaded 2 arrows, it doesn't make sense at all. I thought about it as well, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't, and it's maybe, I think it's good material for a magic item. You can have a magic bow that is loading like 2 arrows at once. That is it's a cool idea for homebrewing some magic arrows. Magic bows. I don't think the mundane bows would have such properties. What was I saying before? I was saying something before I read your comment. What was I saying? Fuck. Oh yes. What if we made the short bow? Since you are a ranged attacker that shoots from the minimum possible range regarding bows, right? It's the shortest range bow. And you still have like a decent size. When we're talking about short bow, it's not actually very short, like it's a minimum of that width. The long bow can go up to your height, and the great bow maybe even higher, to the point that you have to hold it horizontally to not hit the ground. So the short bow is still like something like that at length. Meaning that you're very obvious at what you're doing and how you're fighting. Like they see a guy with a big stringed bow shooting at them, and they're not at very high range. And the person who is using the short bow is like closer than 80 feet most of the time. So let's say that you are the enemy of that archer, right? You're getting shot by someone from 80 feet or closer, and it is very obvious that you're getting shot from that target because you can see this bow on their hands, which is called short bow, but it's actually big. It's not that short. Isn't a natural instinct to go after them? Like they're not that far away that you would need to risk a lot. Like you don't have to cross the battlefield 600 feet away, like with a longbow, for example. They're not that far away. They have an obvious disadvantage in melee since they're using a bow, and they're shooting at you. Isn't that translated as aggro? Am I crazy? Because in my mind it makes sense. It makes sense that this guy would draw aggro from me, who I'm a melee combatant, and I'm getting shot from relatively close range with someone very obvious archer looking person. So I could imagine that getting hit by the sword bow draws aggro. In Skyrim, I always rush down archers when playing a melee character. Yes, you do, especially when they are in approachable range. If they are like miles away and you have to cross several other melee or hostile targets to get to them, no, you usually don't take that risk to go that far. But if they are within 80 feet, with 80 feet for some melee combatants in D&D is just a dash action, it would make sense to for getting shot by that, especially we're talking also about a crit, right? So you're getting critically shot, so your attention is definitely on that hit, on that arrow that pierced you, that you dealt massive damage, well, a lot of damage to you. It would make you draw the attention to that threat that is not very far away, is using a weapon that is not very good at melee. So I think it would make sense that sword bows somehow draw aggro. Now, we don't want to make this like broken, so the aggro is not forced, it's not mandatory aggro, like the target has to move 100% towards you. And we don't want to involve extra rolls, right? So the only way we can do it while fulfilling those conditions is by making it a soft requirement. So saying it like the target is inclined to attack you or come closer to you. It feels a little bit vague compared to all the other brutality effects that were like super clear on what's happening. Like the fighter maneuver, which maneuver are you, the goading attack you're talking about? Is it that one? I think it's that one, right? Goading attack, but what does it do exactly? I don't remember. Goading attack. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend one superiority die to attempt to goad the target into attacking you. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you until the end of your next turn. Okay, so this one has a saving throw implemented, and it gives disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you. We can remove the saving throw, but lessen the effect, meaning that it has disadvantage on the first attack that is against target other than you. Right? That would make more sense. I mean, balance-wise, it would make more sense. Wait a second, I just had another idea that I think it's amazing. Because we have already implemented disadvantages on attacks on other things, how about the target's speed is halved if it is moving away from you. So it gives it incentive to come to you. So they have full movement speed if they're coming closer to you, but they have half speed if they're moving further away from you. It is in a way aggro, but not involving attacks, but movement speed. And it is completely unique, like nothing else has this type of effect. Yes, they're reverse frightened, yes. So they're inclined to come and face you, come and deal with you, rather than go away. Can only move closer to you is too strong. Okay, we cannot have such impediment with just a normal sword bow, right? Because again, an example, if you equip 5 fighters with short bows attacking 4 times with action surge, like it's very likely for these to crit multiple times. So the target, and if they surround the target, then the target cannot move anywhere. Or not only surround, like just put them from the 2 different sides. If 2 of them on opposite sides trigger this effect, and reminder, it has the highest chance to trigger compared to the other bows, it will effectively make the target unable to move. So yeah, I think completely forcing it, completely reducing the movement to 0 is too much. Both because of many targets can abuse this effect, and the chance is quite high for this to happen. It is 11%. So I think the half speed away from you and full speed towards you makes more sense in the overall scheme. Balance-wise, abuse-wise, let's say. So the target can still make the sacrifice of moving slower, but going to the direction that it needs to go. And it does fit with the theme of slow, with arrows and slow, on like arrows going to your legs, to your knees, to your thighs, and reducing movement speed in a way. So it has multiple themes that fit, making it a good choice and a unique effect. We can have the reverse fear effect. We can have it on something else. That's also a good idea. I think actually there is the compelled duel, the paladin ability that has the reverse fear effect. Okay, sword bow, high effect. Until the start of your next turn, the target has half speed if it's moving away from you. Now longbow. Longbow and great bow, high effects, 6% and 4% chance. What do we? Okay, let's do the great bow first, and then we'll have the longbow somewhere in between, like we did with the crossbows. So great bow, massive arrows, massive bow, huge distance, 4% high effects, very low chance. What can we give that? Maybe extra damage, maybe... So if you try to imagine this, great bow, huge distance, it is unlikely that you're shooting in a straight line, right? You're probably making a very high arced shot. Is it arced or arched? I think it's arched, right? It's always confusing, this arc and arch. It's like, there was a game called Arcades and not Archades. Then there is Archmage and not Archmage. But then there is the arch above the door, and it's not called arc. Or is it called arc? No, it's called arch. And then in geometry, it is arc, not arch. Yeah, but arc and arch, yeah, there's an H on the other one. But the one below the door, like when you describe this above the door, it's called the an arch, right? Not an arc. When talking about travel is arc. Okay. So you're making an arced shot then. Okay, you're making an arced shot then. Arch is a shape. So is it arched shot or arced shot now? I'm confused. When you try to describe the ballistic shape of the arrow, is it an arched shot or an arced shot? Because it is traveling and it is shape at the same time. Oh wait, you mean the other arc? No, I was talking that there's the you don't. Oh wait, no, that's another arc with K. Never mind. That's a very different arc now. Okay. Anyway, so you're making a curved. Let's go with curved. Curved is easier. You're making a curved shot. Definitely, when we're talking about such ranges, there's no way for 800 feet a normal humanoid with a normal, so with a mundane material bow can make a straight shot and find the target. So we're talking about curved shots. Now, what is the first trait that comes to mind when we're talking about curved shots and impact on the target? Maybe a pin down effect? I would think it would take larger and heavier arrows to a small degree, yes. But don't imagine something extreme. Like, so if we're talking about like a short bow arrow is that long, maybe the long bow is like 3 inches longer and 3 inches longer for the great bow. It would make sense that it is a bit longer, because otherwise once you pull it that far back, it would not align with the cord anymore. It would be too short. But they're not like extremely large, like a spear or something. No, not shooting tree trunks. That's a siege weapon. So it is reasonably larger to be operational with a great bow, but it's still not a spear, not the size of a spear. So what kind of effect can we imagine when you're getting hit by a very curved long shot? I was about to suggest getting knocked prone, because if that thing hits you at the back while you're running, for example, it's very likely to knock you prone. But then I thought that you are actually impeding yourself, because knocked prone targets give you disadvantage on your range attacks. So that crit would feel very unsatisfying, because you're just hindering yourself. Pin down meaning restraining movement. That has a good synergy with our previous effect with the short bow, because it is like an elevated status. So the short bow was decreasing movement when the person was trying to move further away. This one is Similar, again, movement related, but more severe. So it plays well with the previous theme. Yeah, exactly. It would feel pretty bad. Okay, now I have an idea based on this, right? The disadvantage on prone targets goes by the logic that you're shooting straight, right? You're shooting in a straight line, so the prone target, which is lower, gives you much lower hitbox. But with this great bow, you are shooting in a curved way. And with the curved way, maybe the prone target does not impose disadvantage, but maybe even gives you advantage. Because like they're flat on the ground, and as the arrow is falling, when the person is vertical, okay, it is falling at an angle, right? It's not exactly straight, but the further you go, the higher the angle is that the arrow is falling. So if we're talking about an angled as high as possible with the great bow, a prone target gives more surface for the arrow to hit than a standing target. So how about we reverse the effect of prone for the great bow? So after you crit, you inflict the hemorrhage condition per normal as the low effect. Since if you get the high effect, you already get the low effect, right? And you knock the target prone, and you have advantage on attacks on this prone target until it stands up. So if it fails to stand up on their next turn, then you would benefit again. If you have multi-attack, you would benefit on your next shot. And if the target stands up, meaning that it's spending movement, it is triggering the hemorrhage condition. So standing up causes him internal bleeding. So there you have extra forced damage from your crit. And you have advantage on the prone target because you're shooting with a high curved style. So we can implement the getting knocked prone and turning it into advantage for the guy who is shooting. Only other users with other bows would have the normal disadvantages. Because if you're getting advantage, that is a +5 to your next attacks. So you're getting an extra boost to accuracy plus some way to force the hemorrhage damage. Ideas? What do you think? Also, it's very unique effect. It doesn't exist on anything else. Okay. So high effect. Maybe the great bow does more damage and longer ranges. More damage at longer ranges. If we do that, we need to decrease the original die to D8 because it's already higher. Like its average damage is already higher and it's already having higher range. So if we go with that logic, we need to revert it back to a D8 and then have some modifier based on the range. But even though I like the concept, I think it would make it unnecessarily complicated. So we'll just treat that the increase from D8 to D10 is including this idea that it's doing more damage and higher range. And specifically this idea is implemented in magic items. I don't know if probably you haven't heard, but there is a divinium crossbow somewhere somewhere at someone's hand, a divinium heavy crossbow that the further you are, the more damage it deals. It has accelerating bolts. The longer they fly, the faster they go. How about if they take 0 movement that round, they get some benefit? You mean the same way Tassa's steady aim? I think you're implying this optional rule, right? I have played with that optional rule on a rogue. Yes, it's completely different. Yes, I have played with that optional rule, and mechanically, I would say is okay. If your build specializes in range damage, it can get a little bit ridiculous with that. My main complaint about it is that D&D combat is already quite static. Like there is little incentive for players to move around once they have a spot that they can unleash ranged attacks from. Putting that optional feature in the game makes it even worse. Like not only there is no reason to move, now there is specific reason not to move. So yeah, after seeing a rogue playing with that feature, it felt that the combat of that rogue was so predictable, so boring. And as the DM, yeah, you have some ways to counter it, like you put some enemies approaching that target and forcing him to move. But then the player starts to feel personally attacked. That the DM is going out of their way to have enemies attack him for like no reason. Then you have to explain that yes, enemies would go after the range target who is doing a lot of damage, but it doesn't feel very, very good in the end. So that's same as many other optional features from Tassel. They make the game, they drive the game towards a worse direction than it actually was. There are, as I said, there are magic weapons that could give similar effects. But that specific one, not moving, and getting something for a mundane weapon is, I believe, is bad design. Like, it leads gameplay towards a worse direction. I think Pathfinder has a good solution for those things, because in Pathfinder, if I remember correctly, you have a pool of action points on the turn, and you choose how to spend them. Like, movement takes some of those points, attacking takes some of those points, casting spells takes some of those points. So if you didn't move and you didn't spend any points in moving, you could maybe attack more times in that round. I'm not sure exactly what are the numbers and what are the balance, like how many attacks do you get if you sacrifice your movement. But it is a good system. More complex, less new player friendly, let's say. But I think it is a better combat solution than D&D has. But of course, D&D has other advantages. That's why we're playing D&D and not Pathfinder. So, where were we? Okay, we have done short bow, we have done great bow, now we have long bow, which is in the middle. So in the short bow, we're drawing a little bit of aggro. With the long bow, we're pinning down. So they're both movement related. Let's keep the theme for the long bow as well. What could the long bow do that is in between the other two? Okay, my brain is blank right now for the long bow. And I think it's a good time to take our stream break here. Maybe my brain refreshes after the break, because I'm really drawing a blank for the long bow. So short break, a short rest to regain some brain hit dice, and we'll be right back.
Watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew, and we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us, and we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun, could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey, and I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it, and I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, and I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon, and we're stuck in a la la land. The tides will turn without us, and I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey, and I don't need to speak a single word, go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't
Okay, we're back. Thank you for the subscribe, Marie Hen. Don't know if you're still here. Yeah, I haven't set up alerts on this YouTube stream, and I don't remember if I know how. I'll have to check it later. Okay, back to the longbow effects. 6% chance, high effect, already dealing some extra damage with hemorrhage. What could the longbow do? Remember that longbow is very commonly used as it is the easy high range weapon with without crossbow expert feat. So it is very commonly paired with sharpshooter.
I just can't let you go.
Mm,
I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to.
some kind of movement impairing effect, I think, would fit well.
Now I wanna burn all the bridges between.
Without knocking prone, of course.
Can't focus.
On the other side, if we put movement impairing effect, we're kinda hindering the hemorrhage damage. So, what other effect can we put on a longbow shot? Remembering that it has to make sense that it happens after the shot.
I need it. And you may have some. We don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Still drawing a blank.
I just need to clear my head.
Something that affects the target after being hit
I just need to
from a longbow arrow. maybe okay, I'm getting an idea now. New unique effect. When you're getting hit by an arrow of high impact from that direction, similar to the short bow, it draws your attention towards that side. And if it does that, maybe it can give some type of similar to the flanking advantage. So the next attack, or the two next attacks maybe, because the next attack I think is a low effect for stagger as well, so actually even better. Attacks, so an amount of attacks equal to your proficiency modifier that come from the opposite side of where you shot the target are made with advantage. Actually, no, that's complicated. Let's simplify it. All attacks made from the opposite side of you to the target until the start of your next round are made with advantage. Or instead of advantage, maybe some bonus to damage. That makes less sense, but makes it more unique. Have advantage and +2 to damage. Okay, so they definitely, what did I click here? They do have a more support type feeling though, which is not very strong, but it is there. So compared to the crossbows, the bows feel a little bit more support type. There's gonna be some playtest period, right? So there's gonna be a lot of testing. Nothing prevents us from adjusting further things. Okay, I think we're good. With the bows and crossbows done, I'm checking now what the fuck was EST? Oh, until end saving throw, I think. Okay, back on track, the ranged weapons are done. Let's move on to some 100 melee ones. Meaning, what 100 melee ones do we want to tackle first? I want to tweak a bit flail. I want to tweak the D6 blades with brutality effects. So let's pick out weapons. So flail, which looks like a morning star. Scimitar. Sword. Do we have any other D6 non-versatile weapon? The hand axe. Javelin and spear, right? These were simple ones. Mace. Oh, mace. Morningstar, which is identical, I think, with the flail. Trident. What else do we have that is D6? I think that's it. Okay. Let's start with the flail. Flail, mace, morningstar. Not javelins. Hand axes, sword, scimitar. Okay, here we are. In Foundry, they have the exact same icon, as you can see. Now, the flail is a D8. The other two are a D6. Flail and morningstar are martial. Mace is simple. Oh, sorry, the morningstar is a D8 as well. Only the mace is a D6 because it's simple. So what's the difference between flail and morningstar? In D&D terms, at least. They weight 2, flail weights 2, morningstar weights 4. 10 and 15 price. They're both common, they're both martial melee. They deal 1d8 damage, and the flail deals bludgeoning, while the morningstar deals piercing. Now, I'm not sure if that's the case. The morningstar is a spiked ball at the end of a stick, and the flail can be a spiked ball at the end of a chain attached to a stick. Now, in terms of properties, none of them has anything to it. So how do we make those two a little bit more different other than the bludgeoning and piercing? An idea came from someone else who had made a homebrew weapon system, that the ones that have a chain attached to them, they're much more easy to dodge a shield, someone who has a shield, right? So they have some kind of bypass shield ability. And the music stops once more, the usual things. So we can give a property to flails that if a target has a shield, they can ignore the bonus of the shield. Now it's not gonna play big role because most of monsters, as you can imagine, they're not holding shields. And in D&D, a big amount of time you are fighting monsters. Even if you're fighting humanoids, there is little guarantee that they're actually holding shields. So it is a very minor boost. But it will make it feel different. We can add it to both flail and heavy flail. So let's find our heavy flail as well. And see what brutality effect we gave it. When you score a critical hit with this weapon and at least one of the d10 damage dice is 8 or higher, the target drops one weapon that is holding, if it has one, on its feet. If both dice are 8 or higher, the target suffers -1 AC and -2 to strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws until the start of its turn. Okay, we can add this property to both flails. So how do we name it? Do we name it, can give it a name to that property, like bypass, as it was mentioned in that other, or shield bypass maybe. The same can be added to the whip. Let's add it so we don't forget it, because it's probably gonna be on another stream. These weapon effects take way more time than I expected them to take. Serious balancing discussion. Okay, now flail Mace and Morningstar back, so Morningstar. Actually, the flail, do we need to change anything else? Because it is a D8 weapon, right? And all the other D8 weapons that we've tackled so far, they have a versatile ability, which is quite a strong ability. This has only the bypass ability now. Well, the brutality effect might give it enough, but Morningstar needs to have something as well. What effect can we give the Morningstar that makes it substantially different from a flail? Pierce and bludgeoning, both damage types, maybe. Well, that's not a boost though, right? Like that, it doesn't add anything extra. We gave the bypass, the shield bypass ability to the flail that allows it to ignore shield bonuses. That's not the brutality effect. We're still going to add brutality effects. We're just reworking a little bit the core part of the weapons. I feel like that the Morningstar that has no chain and is just the stick allows you to deal way more brutal hits than the flail. So maybe it's more destructive, maybe it deals more damage to constructs or objects, or it might be very restrictive though. How else can we express its destructive hits? Anything hit by a Morningstar, I think it is wrecked. Like, not only it's bulging, but it gets pierced as well. So without increasing the damage die, right? Of course we can increase the damage die, but then we have to deal with a whole new concept of having a one-handed 1d10 weapon. What if we give it increased damage per consecutive hits? Like, the first hit deals the normal damage. If your next attack hits as well, it deals +1 damage. If the third attack hits as well, then it deals +2 damage, +3, +4, etc., etc. Like, the distraction that is causing is increased as a translation to this brutality. How does that play out? Let's say a fighter doing multiple attacks but then you have to count opportunity attacks as well, so it might get really high. A fighter with action surge and opportunity attacks might grow up fast. What else can we do to modify it a bit? We can follow the similar trait with the flail, and the flail makes it easier to hit, ignoring the shield, right? What if the Morning Star is doing extra damage to those who are using shields? I can imagine that if a Morning Star hits a shield, the shield starts to get damaged quite a lot. Like, it looks like a brutal weapon by any perspective. So what if it deals an extra 2 damage, let's say, to targets with shields? How is that now explained in logic? Like, because it might sound weird. In D&D, hit points and AC is not always armor. AC is your ability to dodge hits. And hit points are not necessarily your health, like your vital, your physical health, but it is your ability to dodge vital lethal blows, let's say. That's the most correct interpretation of hit points, even though not many people interpret it that way. But I think the hit points are actually representing your ability to dodge lethal hits. Once your hit points are drained, the next hit you receive is lethal and brings you down. But until that point, it's like something like a stamina bar. That, yeah, maybe you were going to be hit, but you just received a non-lethal hit thanks to your hit points, and that drains out a little bit of your stamina. The more you're getting hit non-lethally, drains your stamina. So, getting hit with the Morning Star, especially if you are trying to block hits with a shield rather than dodging them, what you would normally do if you didn't have a shield, you wouldn't put like your hand instead of the shield, you would just instead try to dodge it. So the person who is defending against the Morning Star with a shield is more likely to start to get exhausted, let's say, more likely to lose hit points, stamina, because getting hit by that brutal weapon seems very painful. Compared to the person who is actually trying to dodge the hits, not using a shield, trying to get out of the way and not receive lethal hits. That person seems like they would be more effective against Morningstar enemies, rather than the guy who is actually blocking the attacks. So with that logic, we explain that Morningstar is dealing more damage to people who are using shields. Now, to make this appealing for people to use Morningstar, we need to tweak carefully how much the extra damage is. +1 is very low. +2, if you're using a one-handed weapon, let's take another good example. What is our most heavy-hitting one-handed weapon? Longsword, Warhammer, or the double-edged scimitar? I think it's the double-edged scimitar, our most heavy-hitting weapon currently. So if you're using that, Let's check it out. What kind of bonuses did we give it? So on the brutality effect, the bonus damage from strength is doubled. Okay, so it had one brutality effect, no low and high, only one. It cannot be used with a shield, so the Morningstar would have an advantage that is being used with a shield. So I would say a +2, maybe a +3. Rapier is 1d8. Yeah, Rapier is 1d8 as well, but I don't see the connection. Rapier is a very different type of weapon. It's finesse and 1d8. We haven't touched the finesse yet. That's a whole different category. We have they have to be balanced differently. These are all strength weapons. They don't have any special properties. That's why we're giving them some to feel different than the others. So if we give it a +2 or a +3, I think +3 is a little bit much. Oh wait, we can base it on proficiency bonus. That's even better. So it's going to be a +2 at start at lower levels, and it gets higher. Yes, I think that makes way more sense. So what do we name this property? Destructive, exhausting, maybe. It is actually tiring someone out. Exhausting blows. Attacks made. That sounds like a TAS idea, using PB for scaling damage. I don't think that's TASA. That's the new trend in D&D in general. I think everything scales with proficiency bonus on the books that are coming out. Normally, I would scale it with strength, but it is quite common to start with a +5 or a +4 strength, even at level 1 in my games. So I can't have a Morningstar dealing that massive damage. It's better to scale it with proficiency right now. This attacks made against target that uses a shield, deal bonus damage efficiency bonus. Okay, so now the Morningstar and the Flail, they have similarly themed abilities, meaning they both do something related to shields, but they're distinctively different. So one is making you hit easier, the target, the other one is making you hit harder. If we could find a better icon for the Flail, it would be amazing. Let's okay, we have some choices I see here. Let's go with this one. No spikes. And then we have the mace. Mace is a simple one. It is a D6, so it is accessible to way more classes like clerics. And we still haven't given any brutality effect to any of them, by the way. That's just the basic, the reworking of their basic properties. The mace now is comparable to other simple weapons, like hand axe, for example, or javelin. Javelin can be used at melee as well, but it's also thrown. So these have the thrown property. Let's not mix those. What is the reason to pick mace? Now that's our question. You have let's say you have a cleric, and you have proficiency with simple melee weapons. You have a mace, you have a hand axe as a choice, you have a javelin, a spear as a choice. Why would you pick mace? Just for the bludgeoning damage? It feels very lacking compared to all the other simple 1d6 weapons. So mace needs a boost here, similar to Flail and Morningstar. Needs an ability that maybe it's gonna be good to be related to shields as well. So the mace is closer to the Morningstar, but it doesn't have the spikes, right? So it's a combination of Flail and Morningstar. We can give it a little bit of the effects of both. So shield bypass and exhausting blows. We can just name it, since it will have like a little bit of both, anti-shield. If the target is using a shield, your attacks have +1 to, you have a +1 bonus attack and damage rolls. So now it does give you a small boost against shields in both aspects at the other two, since it is like an inferior version than the other two. And now we go to brutality effects. Now that we reworked the basic the basic part. Brutality effects. Okay, we're talking about bludgeoning weapons again, like the previous Warhammers, and they all had minus AC effects, knocking prone. So we can keep the style similar. Let's check our previous effects. So Warhammer, -2 AC, Maul, pushback and penalty to AC. Okay, so it's gonna be AC related. Again, since we're talking about heavy impact bludgeoning weapons mostly. Time to edit again. Dazing effects. Dazing effects. I'm thinking if we can spare the dazing effects for maybe some other weapon, since we do have a very obvious choice for these ones. Can we have any other weapons with dazing effects? I'm not sure. Maybe it's only them that make sense with dazing as well. So let's start with the flail. On the heavy flail, we gave it, what did we give it? I have to open the flail again, one moment. So the heavy flail had minus AC, dropping weapons on the low effect, and then penalty to strength, dex, and constitution saving throws. The chances now are different though. So now the chances for the normal flail are 23 for the low, which is higher than the heavier flail, and 6 for the other one. So I would say keeping the first effect. So if the target is holding, maybe it can disarm the shield as a low effect, and as a high effect maybe oh wait, we can give it a grapple effect, right? We can give it a grapple effect on the low crit, on the low chance, sorry, and on the high effect you can take one of its weapons or shield. If it is holding one, of course. Then if it doesn't have weapons though, these effects don't do much. But if it does, that's a big advantage there, like taking, I don't know, the staff of a spellcaster or the bow of a ranged attacker. Or do we can keep that for the whip. Maybe we can give that to the whip. What did we give daze effect to something? I'm pretty sure we gave daze effect to something. Okay, we can have a low effect daze on all of those three that look similar. Okay, flail. Actually, I should have copied the bows to save time. Let's do that. So first one is mace, then we have flail, and then Morningstar. So daze condition. And high effects. What do we give them as high effects? Stuns. Let's see. Can we give it? Did we give stun to anything else? We gave to the Nodachi as a high effect. Stun is a little bit too strong though, I think, for a simple weapon like a mace that anyone can hold a mace. Stun might be a little bit too strong. How about instead of stun, the enemy can do only one attack? So it is dazed, meaning it can still take the multi-attack action and attack multiple times, even if it is dazed. But with the high effect, you could limit that to a single attack. So that could be the effect of the mace, I'd say. The target cannot make more than one attacks. On its next turn. Yeah, for a simple weapon, I think that just that fits with the notion of the maze, that you just hit really hard there and you're impeding its abilities to act normally in those 6 seconds. Very simple as the maze should be. Now for the flail and the morning star. Grapple, maybe. And I feel like maybe the chains are a little bit too short for a grapple effect. Also, I just noticed that the chat is not showing anything again. Why is it doing that? The flail. The flail maybe deals damage to adjacent creatures as well. So that would give some extra damage to nearby targets as a swinging motion of the flail. What about the Morning Star? An extra D8, yes. Or a D6, maybe. Actually, D8 is fine. Or maybe even more. We're talking about 6% chance. The D8 does not sound very... Extra D10. Or... Two D8s. Okay, so some extra damage there and destroying shields, then to other creatures. Okay. Is my I think that the chat box is not working on this scene only. Let me check. It does appear to work on one screen, but on the other it doesn't. That's interesting. What if I... One moment. Attempting to fix. Does this chat show? No, it does not. Huh, why does the chat not show? I'm not sure why the chat is not showing on the box on this scene, but it does show on the other. Either way, okay, the brutality effects for those three are also done. Let's make sure that it is saved, because last time we lost so much. Okay, flail, Morningstar, heavy flail, all done. And mace. Moving next on those. Hello, Shaya. Welcome. Good morning. How are you? Moving next on those. Double-edged scimitar we have already done. Trident spears and hand axes. We're designing some new weapons for D&D. Hope you have a nice morning there, the other side of the world. Okay. Trident is one of the worst ones. Martial weapon, low damage, no real benefits, only picked for flavor. It does have the thrown and versatile, but going from a D6 to a D8, similar to spear, for being martial and not included in polar master features and stuff like that, it is not very viable. So it needs some reworking in general to make it more viable. I would say increasing the range definitely on the throne. So instead of 2060, 30, I'd say 3080. Then can we give it a reach? We can give it, actually I have a better idea now, we can give it an ability to defend. Since it has these 3 piercing points at the end, I can imagine that it's quite easy to block a sword blade attack with those locking the blade there. So this weapon could be giving you +1 to AC. That would make it extremely more viable, I'd say. I mean, I'm not really sure. But since there are no other weapons that give +1 to AC, and many players wanting to optimize their AC and maximize it actually, so Trident would be a very popular choice after that. A parrying weapon. Now, does that increase your AC against ranged attacks? That's the question. Normally it shouldn't, but do we want to make it that complicated? I think we want. We do. It might be a little bit too strong for ranged. So now it's a throne, it's versatile. 1d6, versatile 1d8. I think the versatile could be 2d4 for a more sustainable damage there. But then it would really mess up our brutality chances. So back to 1d8. So what brutality effect do we give to this one? Okay, so on this one we have to take into account that when you use it as versatile, the damage increases to a d8, so it's gonna be much easier to trigger the brutality effects. But it is a good trade-off because as a two-handed weapon, a d8 is kinda low. So we want an effect that is worth using it as a two-hander. Low effect, it could be you reduce the target speed by half, or yeah, I think a reduce speed by half is good. And the high effect, which probability calculator has to tell us 11 is for the one hand, and for the two hand is 25%. Okay, it's not as much as I thought it would be. Rolling a 5 or higher on both die. What could possibly happen to the target with that? So it loses half of its speed from the low effect, and it cannot get past you, maybe. But that's hard to describe in the battlefield. You gain advantage maybe on attacks against it until the start of your next turn. I think that sounds reasonable. Or not advantage, you gain a plus, I'd say plus 4. Until the start. Compared with advantage, that makes some guaranteed hits with a trident. Now, if you have only one attack with that, you won't be gaining much out of it. Okay, now I have another idea. It might be a little bit too strong, but we'll see. An extra attack of opportunity against the target forever. Well, until the end of combat. Okay, with that, I think the trident is now considerably better. Maybe its price needs to go a little bit up. Range increased from 30 to 80, from 30 reliable and 80 unreliable. Okay, I like the new trident way more. Okay, then we have what's next? Javelin and spear. What are their mechanical differences? Spear is versatile, javelin is not. So javelin is the thrown one, spear is not actually the thrown one, although they both have thrown properties. So I would say I would remove the thrown property from the spear. Both deal 1d6 plus mod piercing. spear doesn't need a boost. That's definitely, because it is used in Polar Master as well. It's the only one-handed weapon that is used in Polar Master currently, allowing you to have a shield and hit with a bonus action as well, if I remember right. Glaive, halberd, quarterstaff, spear. Okay, the quarterstaff is the same as the spear, but it's not thrown, right? So in the second part, it allows you to use the pike, but not at the first. Interesting. Which means that you can still take this and combine it with our new pike that is very long and deals double damage. That's an interesting interaction, because you would be taking Polar Master but sacrificing the first part. So let's compare it with quarterstaff bit. Quarterstaff has other advantages. It can be used as a focus from some classes, while spear does not. So I think they're okay as they are now. We'll just need to add some brutality effects. The javelin is thrown, and I think it should need a little bit of javelin and hand axe. Now, what are the actual differences? Price, hand axe is 10 times more. Weight is the same. Oh, the hand axe is light. The javelin is not. So you could be using hand axe in dual wielding. That simplifies things, because it means that they have inherent different usages here. So brutality effects should have a spear or something with finesse. Isn't that the rapier? Like, if you see the shape-wise, rapier is just a thin spear. Like, what you're doing with the spear, you're pretty much doing it with the rapier. What exactly from the spear are you lacking on the rapier? The versatile property? Because without the versatile property, the spear is a two-handed finesse weapon. This violates the finesse idea. Finesse means that you need to be agile with it. And the moment you're using both hands, you're not agile anymore. Both hands is whatever you're using both hands, it's always effective when it is at the center of your body, if it needs both hands. So whenever you try to move something like that with two hands, you already feel uncomfortable here. It is definitely not agile. Same for the other side, of course. But if it is one-handed, the agility of this whole spectrum here is much, the whole angle here is much more possible. The moment something becomes two-handed, I think inherently needs to lose finesse property. If we try to make 200 finesse weapons, then strength builds start to fall off quite a lot. You're allowing the rogue to do sneak damage with a 200 weapon that deals massive damage. Unless we make a finesse 200 weapon that does the exact same damage as a 100 weapon, which then provides no incentive to use it. So yeah, I don't think finesse and 200 should exist. Definitely you can make one that might like somehow support logic, but I think it breaks a lot of balance. A finesse 200 weapon. That is melee, of course, because bows are finesse and ranged weapons, right? Wait, no, are bows finesse? Either way, they allow the rogue to deal sneak attack damage with them. So away from the finesse topic, currently on the javelin and spear, what are brutality effects for these 4 weapons now? The spear needs to have the weakest brutality effects because it has the most possible uses. Like none of the other can be used with the polar master, for example. Let's start with the hand axes that seem to be the simplest. And go back on a battle axe, we see that we have penalty on the creature's attack rolls. I think that's a good brutality for the hand axe as well, because what are we comparing it with now, right? We're comparing it with swords, right? And spears, because it is a light weapon and a d6 and a throne, so it is compared with javelin, sword, and spear at the same time. So the brutality effects of the axes in general, I think makes sense. However, the chances are a bit different here. So the chances for the hand axe to trigger those is 30% for the low effect, 11 on the high effect. It is considerably higher than the battle axe. So proficiency, bonus penalty to attack roll, and then I think it's okay even if we take it as it is. So let's see on crit. Actually, hand axes can be dual wield and there's a lot of crit chances there, so maybe a little bit lower. It suffers -2. And then on the high effects, it can the penalty can increase to PB +2. Then we have the javelin, which in similar thrown like the hand axe, can be used in melee as well. What did we give to pikes? Let's see. Oh, no, pikes are not really thrown. What did we give to... I want to combine ideally a glaive and an arrow. Oh, what are the glaives? Was it one of the ones that I lost? I think so. Let me check. So extra damage and the arrow effects, what were they? Let's say maybe disadvantage against your attacks, against you. And the high crit, okay, javelin done as well, hand axe done, spear. Low effects can trigger very easily if you use two hands with a spear. So how do we give them incentive to take advantage of that? What's the first trait that comes to mind when you're hitting with a spear? That would be puncturing again, but that's the same now as arrows.
I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces.
What about dealing extra damage to targets with
Now
not heavy armor?
burn all the bridges between us.
Or with light armor?
Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to
The bonus damage here Okay, I think that's a reasonable boost. And okay, last for this stream, we're gonna do the quarter stuff. Which quarter stuff is a little bit tricky. It's a spellcasting focus. And but we'll treat it as a weapon for now, right? It's a single melee, okay. So why is the quarterstaff dealing the same damage as a mace though? Or potentially more? I don't get that. Doesn't make much sense. Actually, I think it would make sense to be a bit nerfed. quarterstaffs that deal less damage than a staff, right? Staff is bigger, heavier. So I'd say D4 and D6 on versatile. And then brutality effects. Brutality effects, now we have a D4 and D6. What are the chances here? $25 for the high chance. $75 for the low chance if we put. Okay, let's make it 43 and 6. Oh my god, that's insane difference. Okay, so we can put a very high effect on that one because it's probably going to be low used weapon now. We could 43%, so it's almost 1 out of 2 crits. Increase the damage a bit. Or maybe the target. Stagger and then lose action on high effects. So very difficult to trigger, but very potent, high effect, and the weapon is a little bit nerfed as it is very multi-purposed, and it doesn't feel as damaging as other weapons that deal the same dice in damage. And staff and quarterstaff should have some differences, right? One is a quarter of the other. Okay, I think that's all the weapons we could do today. There's gonna be another workshop series apparently about this. We have swords, scimitars, daggers, club, great club, light hammer, sickle, sling, rapier, warpick, whip, net. I'm not sure if I'm gonna touch. I don't see much point of that weapon. And I want to also do like two different daggers, like a concealed dagger and a tri-blade dagger, as someone was suggesting in earlier streams, that will also have the parrying. No, sorry, three more types of daggers. And then a katana. And what else? Oh, and the oversized, like really big bow. So lots of weapons still. This might take 2 more streams. Okay, that's more work than I thought it would be, but it feels like we're building something unique that can last for years later. Of course, with 2024 5.5 coming out, things might change drastically, but having all those documented might be easy to adapt later on. Okay, thank you all for watching. If you're watching up until this point, you're very patient and enthusiastic about the hobby. So congrats and thank you. And I'll see you on the next stream on next Sunday. Have a nice night.